Councilmember Lilienthal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Mills.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I am requesting that we add an item to the closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one item. Facts and circumstances have come to my attention following the posting of the agenda, which could lead to significant liability on behalf of the city. So I'm asking that we add that item to the agenda and discuss it in closed session.
Yes, sir. Do we need a motion on that?
We do, and it
Okay.
needs at least a 4/5 vote to approve.
Can I get a motion, please? And
I'll make a motion to add.
I'll second.
Council,
City
please
Clerk?
cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Lilienthal, second by Councilmember Kendrick. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Attorney. Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations. Thank you. Good luck. Go back to what I was. Are we ready? Everyone's ready, right? Good evening. I would like to call the June 11th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa,
Here.
Councilmember Lilienthal. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Mills.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. Who do we have here? All right. The invocation will be by Dale. And I'm not sure what church you're with, Dale. After which council member Kendrick will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Can you please stand?
Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening, before we start this meeting, humbly bowing before you, asking for your blessing on this meeting and guidance in every way. Just pray that what we do here would be in accordance with your will. We pray now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City Attorney, can we get a report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The only item that we have reportable action out tonight is item 5A, and the city council gave settlement direction by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now move on to public comment. Sharon Morris, Voices for Children. Speaking on 15B.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Mayor. My name is Sharon Morris. I'm here from Voices for Children, which is the court-appointed special advocate or CASA program for Riverside County. We recruit and train and support very special community volunteers who are assigned by one of our 5 juvenile court judges to a child in foster care. They make sure that those children don't fall through the cracks and make sure that they thrive rather than just exist in care. This fiscal year, we have served 566 children with direct advocacy. 72 of them were removed from their homes in Hemet. We have 13 on our wait list. It costs us $2,000 to support one child for a year with a CASA volunteer. One of our juvenile court judges says that it is the social worker's report that paints a black and white outline of the child, but it is the CASA volunteer that colors it in. I want to tell you very briefly about one child, Sam, who was removed from her home here in Hemet. Pamela, her advocate, was assigned in September of 2022. When she was first assigned to the case, she was hit with many challenges. Sam was in the care of her mother and was struggling with some extreme mental health issues. She was not attending school and she would barely come out of her room. Developing a relationship with Sam was initially very difficult. So Pam did all that she could to work with the rest of the team and advocate from behind the scenes. Sam was eventually removed from her mother's care and is now in the care of her grandparents. She's attending school regularly and is passing all of her classes. This is a significant improvement. Sam is much more open to spending time with Pamela, and Pamela shared on a recent visit, they went to some costume stores and shared some laughs together during that visit, trying on different costumes. While working on a recent court report, Pamela asked Sam if there was anything she would like the judge to know. Sam said she would like an iPhone so that she can have a nice phone like other people do. Pam included Sam's request in her court report, and due to their advocacy, Sam's attorney was able to use their resources to get Sam an iPhone. Pamela is very excited to deliver Sam's new phone to her on their next visit. You are about, I hope, to award us just over $10,000, which will help us to move 5 of those children who are waiting off of our wait list. I just want to thank you and to say that each and every one of you makes a difference in the lives of these children. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. We will take public comment for items not listed on the agenda. May I have American Legion Post 53, Mick Sob. Thank you. I know. I can't pronounce anyone's name. Sobachek.
All right, now we'll do this. My name is Mick Sobchak, Commander of American Legion Post 53 here in Hemet, 124 North Ramona Street. I was just elected commander and will be serving until June of next year. Many of you don't know we have an American Legion post here in Hemet, even though there is a sign on Florida Street, a very small blue one that I would like to work with City and Public Works to get replaced with a much larger one, because a lot of veterans in Hemet don't know we exist. And our job is to serve the veterans within the city limits, as well as the community who supported us while we served. We have 4 pillars within the American Legion that we follow. Americanism, where we teach patriotism. We will be holding an oratorical contest this year in August, where kids will talk about the Constitution of the United States of America. When I was with another post as a commander, we had our student go to the state level and earn $23,000 in scholarships. That's what's available to the students here in Hemet to get them to college. We also want to start working with the city to start a veteran stand down to help the homeless and the underprivileged veterans in this community. March Air Base has bachelor's quarters for homeless veterans. We can put them in there. We can get them off the streets. Some of these veterans have families living with them on the streets, and we've got to get them off the streets as well. And then work on the rest of our community, get these people off the streets. So you're going to see a lot from American Legion Post 53 this year. We're going to be very big working with the community, working with the city to make Hemet one of the best cities, if not the best city, in the Temecula Valley in Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, may I ask one thing? Every Friday, we do dinners. Second Friday of the month, which is coming up, our American Legion Riders program serve baby ostriches. They say it's chicken, but these things are huge. $15 meal. Past 2 months, we've had extra meals. Last month, 8, the month before, 11. We served them to Hemet PD after our meals were closed for the night. So as much as I want to feed them, I would much rather you come down to the post, see what we're doing, and enjoy some time with fellow veterans. Thank you.
We have a lot of veterans in the Hemet Police Department and the firefighters. In
Oh,
fact,
I
our
will be
chief
standing
right
there with
there-
applications, trust me.
Our chief right there is a Navy veteran, and our other
Sorry
chief
about that.
from Hemet Police Department is a Marine veteran, so.
Federal government. It's a retirement check. The other one says VA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Shaw Rosenrager. Oh, I've seen you in some video movies.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Shaul Rosenrager. I'm here on behalf of the Green Coalition of the San Jacinto Valley. The mission of the Green Coalition is a community that is green, clean, and safe. And I'm here to alert you to recent developments that are, in our opinion, are threatening to dramatically change the quality of our lives. I want to talk about logistics warehouses. Huge buildings where semi-trailers get loaded and unloaded and sent on their way. As you may know, the city had approved a huge logistics warehouse, 860,000 square feet along Kirby Street, just north of the city's most popular park, Mary Henley. There is an additional warehouse in the advanced planning phase at Simpson and Warren. This one is 1.2 million square feet. And as you know, this Thursday, there's a scoping meeting for a warehouse that's planned right next to a retirement community, the Lakes of Emmett West, with a building footprint of 2.6 million square feet. To top all this, the city is working with another developer on 2 additional projects to be located east of Sanderson and south of Acacia. These projects will total 2.2 million square feet. The total floor space of all these warehouses that we have so far is 6.8 million square feet. All told, Hemet is facing huge changes that will forever change the western part of town. These warehouses will provide well-needed jobs, although some argue about the quality of those jobs, but also a minimum of 3,500 trucks coming in and out each and every day. And those will not be evenly spaced. There'll be peaks and valleys. And this number of trucks is the low-end estimate. I want to talk about air pollution. Despite recent improvements in truck emissions, there is still a lot of particles called PM 2.5. These are 2.5 microns. They're tiny particles that go deep in the lungs and are small enough to enter your body's cells. Where these warehouses are located next to residential neighborhoods, and this happens in many places in the Inland Empire, we see a significant rise in cases of lung disease. They're also negatively affecting older people and people with chronic health issues. In addition, just to get the full picture, the city of San Jacinto is planning 9 million square feet of warehouses on the north end of Sanderson, south of the Ramona Expressway. And in the city of Beaumont, 20 million square feet of warehouses are in the planning phases right along the 60 freeway. By the way, there's about 40,000 warehouses like that in the Inland Empire right now.
Okay, Shaw, you're already 45 seconds over, so.
I'm going to ask Nancy Austin. Thank you.
It has to be documented, I
It's
think,
documented.
doesn't it?
She's registered.
Who was that?
What was the name?
Nancy Austin.
Okay, you're giving him your 3 minutes.
Thank you. So we are all for jobs and economic development, but I want you to consider this. The warehouse industry is becoming more and more automated, with robotics taking over more and more human work. The buildings of these warehouses will prevent any other possible future economic development on these properties. We will reach a point when there is a saturation in the market. What will happen if there is an economic downturn and suddenly the Hemet warehouses, which are the furthest from any freeway system, are no longer needed? We will end up with big, useless, empty buildings. These are just a few of the issues that we need to consider. I think it's your duty as council members to make the time and space for a serious discussion of these issues before you rush into approving these developments and not look at them only one by one. Please put this issue on the agenda or create a special town hall meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also a meeting coming up. City Manager, can you let them know the date and time for that meeting?
Yes. Thursday,
Announce it,
6
okay.
p.m. at the Hemet Library. There's a meeting about the Hemet Logistics West
Yeah.
warehouse
Okay,
near.
so you know about it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor. Then I just also wanted to state for members of the public, under the Brown Act, the city council is unable to take action or to have a discussion about an item that's not on the agenda. So if you see the council not having a discussion about the topic that you've just brought up, they're prohibited by law from doing so. Additionally, when we're talking about planning items, due process rights of the applicant require that we go through noticed public hearings in order to allow members of the public, but also those who have an interest in the application, such as the developer, to have an opportunity to speak at those meetings. So for those reasons, you're unlikely to see a meeting on a project before it has gone through the statutory process here at the city. So I just wanted to put that in the record, Mayor.
Thank you. Pat Gregory.
Good evening. I'd like to ask a rhetorical question because I know you can't answer it tonight. Why, as city council members, do you think it's okay to ignore the Measure U resolutions when you vote on the budget? Resolutions 4703 and 4731, signed by the city council and used to convince Hemet citizens to vote for Measure U, include specific mandatory language that the city is to include a mandatory ratio, which is approximately 108 police officers in every budget. Yet every year you feel, and I don't know why, it's okay to just ignore this requirement. Since it is the city council that approves the budget, it is the city council who is responsible for this failure. The city has received over $100 million in Measure U funds, but we only have 3 new police officers, according to the ACFR, and no real audit. We don't even have a finance director anymore. What is even more disturbing is that additional officers were based on the premise or on the projections of $10 million in Measure U revenue. The actual monies received this year, I believe, is $16 million. So even with a 60% increase in Measure U funds, the city still does not include the required number of officers in the budget. I'd like to debunk the explanation that seems to be everybody's favorite, that it's too hard to hire quality police officers. Now, I'm sure it is very hard to hire quality police officers. But if the positions were budgeted as required, the money you couldn't spend on quality officers because you couldn't find them should still be in the Measure U budget balance. But it's not. It's all been spent. Aren't you even a little bit ashamed of that record? I think this council has forgotten that the proceeds of Measure U are to go 100% towards enhancing public safety, not acting as a slush fund for everyone's use. And using Measure U to pay for existing police salaries is a deceptive way to use Measure U for general fund expenses. Elections are coming up, and there will be questions about where all the Measure U money has been spent. I can't wait to hear what you all will say. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Catherine Fletcher, parents of children in Hemet, Boys and Girls Club. Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to represent the parents out here of Hemet. I've been out here almost 8 years, and I have had basically nothing for my children to do out here. So I've been requesting from many different people to help me organize to get a Boys and Girls Club out here. I've had the Boys and Girls come out here, and they actually started, they have one in San Jacinto now. And what we're doing is hoping that you guys would maybe put it on the agenda to discuss that, to have a Boys and Girls Club out here, and maybe to get you guys to support it. Thank you.
Catherine, we do have My City Youth available. We have a new skate park. We have a new Airtopia and many more things.
Okay, but those are not the Boys and Girls Club.
No, I know
Okay.
it's not Boys and Girls
So the
Club.
Boys and Girls Club is something that includes all children, and it's not going in once a day, spending $30 to go into, the Utopia, the Jumptopia place that they have. My City Youth has never, not once, reached out to any of my children, and I've had 4 go through your guys' school district. So, My City Youth only works for a couple kids. The Boys and Girls Club, if you wouldn't mind, maybe allowing me to have a personal meeting with you so that you can learn about it. My City Youth does not do the same exact thing that the Boys and Girls Club does.
Okay,
Boys and Girls Club does a lot more for children. It's a holistic thing. It works for all children, all ages. And it also helps us parents because a lot of us don't work in the community. A lot of us have to work outside of the community. So it helps us with after school programs and things like that. And it's very helpful for a community. So I would like to know if you guys could possibly entertain that idea of bringing a Boys and Girls Club out here. We found a location. It's at the Cornerstone Church on Acacia and Girard, but they want $27,000 a year for us to run it. But I haven't found much support from anyone. So I'm asking if you guys would support bringing a Boys and Girls Club to our community. San Jacinto just got one. I helped them bring that out there. I would like for you guys to help us bring one out here.
thank you. That concludes our comments for today. We'll now move on to presentations. The proclamation for Juneteenth Independence Day will be presented by Malcolm Lilienthal to Trish McClure and Carol Givens.
Whereas Juneteenth or Juneteenth Independence Day commemorates the traditional observance of the end of slavery in the United States and is observed annually on June 19th. What happened was on January 1st, 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring that all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then thenceforward and forever free. And slavery is a violation of the principles of the Declaration of Independence, and it's abolish. I want you guys to know that it's kind of difficult to kind of talk about. Okay. I know it's been years and stuff like that, but when you start reading about this stuff, it does something to your heart. I've heard a lot of comments about, they're trying to take away July 4th and different things like that. This has nothing to do with the independence of our nation. This is about the people that didn't know they were free up until 2 years after the thing was passed. And so for 2 years, I mean, imagine it's like being released, but you don't know. You know what I mean? And so to see these things be talked about and have these conversations is very meaningful for me because I get all the comments. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember when I was the mayor, it was, oh, great, now we have a nigger mayor. And I got lots of DMs and comments about being here in the city of Hemet and I don't belong here. What am I thinking being on council and stuff, and I never shared this with any of you guys, but I just want you to know that this is important because it's it's part it's part of history. And even though it's like a bad history, it's still like America's has changed and a lot of things are better today. Give me a second. So every time I read this, I just get reminded of how far we've come as a country. I'm so glad to be an American. And all of the things that we've accomplished and the things that but I still get the oh, you're articulate for a black guy, or I still get these comments and people say like, oh, and for me, from my side, it's like, I'm glad I don't have to live in a time where I'm afraid of being hung. I'm afraid of, somebody throwing a cocktail through my parents' house or my house. I'm glad I don't have to live through that, And so reading this every year is really impactful. It kind of just kind of brings back to remembrance of like how far we've come, I'm very proud of America and how far it's come. But like, man, every time it sends me back because I still get the comments, I still get the judgmentalness, and the only reason why I went after my doctorate degree is so that I would be accepted by people who didn't look like me or would listen to me when I had something informative to tell people. And today I know as a therapist that was the wrong reasons to go for a doctorate degree. But you know what I mean? Like you don't know why people do what they do. So I'm very proud of America, where we're at today. But this is just, when you think about this stuff, it's the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration. A lot of people of slavery, and a lot of people think like this is something brand new. This has been going on for a long time, since 1865. And a lot of people today think that this is new, Juneteenth is a significant opportunity to honor the principles of Declaration of Independence and celebrate the achievements and contributions African Americans have made and continue to make in Hemet across our nation. Therefore, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, hereby proclaim the day of June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth, and we encourage all residents to join in reflecting on the ongoing cause of freedom for Black Americans and redouble our commitment to stamp out racism in our communities and institutions.
Thank you for that. Your encouraging words. Thank you to the city for this. This is huge. I would like to say to everyone, it starts at home. The change you want to see in the community starts at home. So we are the change that we want to see in our community. And I'm so glad that God brought us here 7 years ago. We've only been in Hemet for 7 years, and we've already made such an impact just within the community, just joining the different organizations and, giving back to the communities. Again, I'm key with it starts at home. We do have a Juneteenth event that's going to be presented by Black Voices of the Valley on Juneteenth at Mary Henley. It's for everyone in the community. So we would love for you guys to come out, pull up, support the vendors, have lunch with us. Come hear the proclamation again, come and see what the culture is all about. We're all about Black excellence. So definitely come out and support. We would love to see you guys all there.
We will now move on to our presentation this evening. Nope, I went backwards. We will now move on to the public hearing items. The City Council's procedure for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor of or in opposition to the item, followed by a rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed, and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have the opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the city council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on 15A, please?
Yes, this is regarding the street moratorium. So the Public Works Division maintains the city's infrastructure, including roadways. Frequent cuts into the asphalt by utility companies, contractors, and other entities can significantly impact the structural integrity of the street sections and cause premature failure due to seepage of water or other structural deficiencies, which in turn reduces the lifespan of the pavement. The city of Hemet would like to prolong pavement integrity by establishing a street cut moratorium, which will encourage contractors and utility companies to plan effectively. The moratorium would prevent any utility, contractor, or other entity from excavating, cutting, or opening the pavement surface in any street within 5 years after acceptance of the street construction for any road rehabilitation or construction. Slurry seals would be for a period of 3 years. Exceptions to this include excavation work that is mandated by city, county, state, or federal legislation or is required as part of a condition of approval for city-issued development permits, utility service for which there is no other reasonable means of providing service, a prospect hole to verify utility depth or location, excavations which are essential components of a regional project which will provide a substantial benefit as determined by city council, written requests for state or federal mandated pipeline integrity inspections, and other situations where the city manager or their designee finds that the excavation is necessary for the public health, safety, or welfare. Staff recommends that city council open a public hearing and take testimony, if any, and waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance of the city council of the city of Hemet, California, making minor revisions to chapter 66, streets and sidewalks, article 2, excavations, and adding section 6642, moratorium to the Hemet Municipal Code.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from council on this item? Yes.
Yes. Whoa, you disappeared. Thank you for the presentation. And, this is so important. Several years ago at Transportation Commission or Committee for Southern California Association of Governments, this was brought up and that we really needed to have a technical scientific study of the impact in the longevity of streets based on somebody else cutting into it or digging it up. And we used to have a thing here. It seemed like every time we would pave a street, one of the utilities would come along within 6 months and dig it up. And the stress, it is pavement fatigue. So I am very, very glad that we have this in front of us, and thank you so much for the report. It's very good.
Any other council members? I will now open to the public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to council for discussion. City Clerk, do we have any registered comments, speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
With that, I will close public hearing. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll make a motion to move staff approval.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Lilienthal, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0. And for the record, I do have to read that ordinance title. And that's waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, making minor revisions to Chapter 66, Article 2, and adding Section 66-42 to the Hemet Municipal Code.
Thank you. Can we get a report from staff on item 15B, please?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For your consideration tonight is the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan draft. The Annual Action Plan has been made available from May 10th through June 10th for the required 30-day public review and comment period. The Annual Action Plan is a statement of the city's needs, goals, and objectives for allocating funds to eligible activities recommended and approved for the 2024 program year, which is July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025. Goals and objectives stated in the Annual Action Plan were established in the 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan. As of today, no public comments have been received. In order for the city to receive $885,299 CDBG funding allocated for 2024-25, HUD requires a public hearing and city council adoption prior to submission of the 2024 Annual Action Plan by August 1st, 2024. Staff respectfully requests the city council conduct the public hearing and approve the document and authorize the city manager to sign the certifications for submission on or before August 1st, 2024 to HUD. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from the council on this item? Yes.
Yes, I talked to the city manager and the city attorney about this one and as to why is code enforcement still in this when we have decided that code enforcement is not, or CDBG is not going to be used to fund code enforcement.
The annual action plan draft had already been drafted. When the program year starts, we will cancel the project and those funds, the allocation will go into the holding account.
Even though it still shows on this, we're not going to get our hands slapped by HUD when this is submitted and it's still on there?
That's
Are we
correct.
going to submit
That's-
the resolution where we're taking it out? I mean, I really want our I's to be dotted and our T's to be crossed on this because we don't need to be in trouble with HUD.
It'll be okay for 2024. HUD will be looking at the 2023 program year, which is this current year, which we've taken action on to fix code enforcement.
I'm looking over here. You know, this is one of those things where I want a straight yes and no. Is it going to come out of here and are we going to be okay?
So we're here to consider the approval of the action plan. If the city council wants to direct an amendment to the action plan at this hearing to consistent with your previous action, I think we can note that on the action plan as it's approved. I think that would be an acceptable way to address the issue so that we're not being inconsistent on our documents that we're sending to HUD.
I think somewhere it really needs to be acknowledged that we have a resolution saying we're not going to be using this money from CDBG to fund something that HUD doesn't want us to fund.
I think what my recommendation would be to strike through the language referencing the funding of the code enforcement program and simply put a reference to the resolution number where the city council directed that we fund that through general fund.
That's fine. I agree with that. Thank you.
You go ahead.
I have one question on page 16. Number 4, it lists the city of San Jacinto. But if you look on page 4 with the colored graph, I don't see city of San Jacinto anywhere. So why is it listed on page 16 and what does it mean?
Page 16 lists all of the agencies during the consolidated plan development that we collaborated with and consulted with. So they're listed as one of the agencies.
Okay, but we're not collaborating dollar-wise with them,
No.
just as information. Okay, thank you.
I'm good.
You good? Carol?
I'm
You good? I will now open the public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to council for discussion. City Clerk, do we have any registered comments?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
With that, I will close the public hearing. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion to approve the document with the changes or amendments or clarifications that the city attorney just talked about.
And so that would be to strike through. So the language would still be on the document, but it'd be struck through. And it would simply reference the resolution that the city council had previously passed.
That's my motion.
Okay.
Council, please cast your votes. And I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the receive and file report. Are there any questions regarding the City of Hemet Oh, wait, is that right? Yeah, the city of Hemet warrant register. If not, we will receive and file the item. City of Hemet warrant register. Any questions?
Yes, Mayor, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So on the LCW invoices, so that's on page 39 and 121 of that staff report. I wanted to know where these were allocated. I know we use this, their services for several different things. So I just want to make sure that we're, on point with, the different services that we're using them for, which I believe include, our negotiations.
Good evening, City Council. This is Tiffany Barnett, Acting Administrative Services Director. The contract with LCW is running a little behind. It is being used by both HR and the police department for their investigations. And we are at a $200,000 limit at this year. We will have to go and do a budget transfer to cover additional purchase orders, as well as there is a plan to bring back the contract for an amendment.
And do we know where those overages are occurring? They're occurring both with HR and PD, or is it more?
We can get a breakdown and disclose that because we don't know right now offhand.
Okay.
What this split is, but it is between HR and police.
Okay. The next question I had was on page 103 of the staff report. So for Echo Hero, it was $9,000 for a song. If somebody can explain that to me.
That is a vendor that is used to promote, they go to the schools and promote Cal Recycle. So it's like a environmental type of program. And they created, I know that I spoke to Noah earlier, they created a rap song that they go and they present to the children and it was all funded through the Cal Recycle grant.
Can we hear it sometime?
I know.
Are you going to wrap it for us? No. So on page 126, so it's for Omni Engineering. So one of the questions I had when I was looking at, I know we use several different consultants. So I wanted to know how many consultants are we using for engineering? And then are they for different types of specialty work?
When I pulled the invoices and looked at them, there were two, and we're just paying for one inspector, and it's just very limited occasional hours. And that's the only thing that we have paid for them so far.
And then I know we've seen this on previous warrant registers with refunds on some building permits that were issued in error. I noticed we had 3 for Sunrun. And so I just wanted to confirm, were those errors on the city's part, or was it just?
No, those are actual where the solar companies are pulling the permits and either the homeowner withdraws their application. The solar company is actually jumping ahead and getting the permits ready. And a lot of times the projects do fall through, so they do request a refund back.
Thank you, Tiffany. It sounds like you're not feeling well, so I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council members? We will receive and file the reports. Next, we will move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separation considerations. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Before you have the council pull, I did want to note that we do have several assessment districts on the consent calendar. It's not necessary to pull those items in order to note your recusal. You can simply note your conflict of interest for that specific district. So I believe we have Citrus Point for Council Member Kendrick. I believe we have the Heartland assessment districts for the Mayor Pro Tem. And I believe we have one associated with Seven Hills for the mayor. I don't know if there are any others, but what we will, do you have one,
I think
Councilmember Lilienthal?
Councilmember Lilienthal does.
Yeah.
In the old downtown, I
Well-
don't think we have any.
We'll note Councilmember Lilienthal, we'll get the district number specifically, we'll pull that and we'll note your recusal from that approval on the minutes as well.
Mine's 20B.
Okay, there we go. So we'll note those all in the minutes and we'll double check those minutes before they come back for approval, but it's not necessary to pull them at this time.
Okay. Is there any other items that you want to pull
I'm gonna pull the minutes because I still have a comment on them.
on?
So whatever that is, 17A.
Yes.
Anyone else? Councilmember
What did you
Lilienthal?
say?
I said A.
What did you say?
No, my district was 20B.
Are we
Councilmember?
all on the same page tonight?
You're good.
We're all a little
Okay, so
punchy.
17A is the only one. Can
Okay.
I have a motion to approve the remainder of the items and a second, please,
With the recusals noted.
with the recusals noted?
I'll make a motion to approve the rest with the recusals noted.
Second,
I'll second it.
City Clerk, maybe have roll call?
Council, please cast your votes. And I have a motion by Councilmember Lilienthal, second by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. That motion passes 5-0.
And now let's talk about 17A.
I thoroughly appreciate all the work the city clerk's office did on getting all of this straightened out because it was kind of a jumble from last meeting, but I'm going to point this out one more time. Item 16, the invocation was not given by Councilmember Lilienthal. It was given by Bob Beckett, and the Pledge of Allegiance was led by Councilmember Malcolm Lilienthal. And with that correction, I'll move approval.
We'll make those amendments.
Thank you.
I
Gotta remember, I read these things.
have a second. Oh, I thought we had a motion. Okay. We have a motion and a second, please.
I'll second Linda.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. That motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you, sir. Next, we'll move to the discussion action items. Our first discussion item will be item 18A. Can we have a staff presentation, please?
Mayor and members of council, this item is number 18A. This is the CIP number 5738, the Telephone Network and Modernization Project. The strategic plan integration on this one is organizational effectiveness. Proposed action aligns with council adopted strategic plan items to evaluate the IT function and future needs. So, telephone system replacement. The telephone system that we have is extremely old. It's 30 years old. What we're actually replacing with the telephone system replacement, obviously it's telephones, networking, hardware, everything else. When we look at the pictures on the actual presentation, the telephone that actually is the rotary phone, that is in the elevator behind all of you. So we actually still have rotary phones here. It might go in some kind of a museum case, but yeah, it needs to vanish. We also have cabling, the cabling that you see in the picture that looks like the big load of spaghetti. It's 25 years worth of networking. So it's things that have kind of just been put in place over time, and it's those types of things that make it very hard for us to diagnose problems, get things maintained, and actually make sure that things are working correctly. That's kind of the what. The where on this is every city facility. So we're talking about public safety to public works, community development to code enforcement. Every department depends on these things. This is usually the first technology that your citizenry actually integrate with or actually use to talk to us, talk to different departments, come to you, and as their constituents, bring issues to you. So this touches everything. So when we're looking at this, the phone system replacement, the when and the why, again, kind of what I told you already, we're looking at a 30-year-old phone system. The network itself is 20 years. The wireless system is about 10 years old. So what we're looking at in 1998, that is when our phone system officially, the majority of it actually was discontinued from manufacture, which means we've had to look for parts over a long period of time. Those parts that we kind of got when we needed them were from UC Riverside. UC Riverside obviously no longer has that equipment. They threw it in the trash can a long time ago. So those are things that we cannot keep running without replacing. At some point in time, they will die, and we have to get those replaced. The issue with those are, again, everything really depends upon that phone system. This is something that's utilized not only by people calling in for services, this is also by our public safety to call out. When they call into 911, they need to call someone to say, hey, give me a little bit more information about that, incident or whatever that's happening. They're going to use this phone system to call out with. So 30-year-old phone system, no parts available, not a good situation to be in. In 2024, we have an end of sale of the portion of our hardware or phone system that is actually newer. And that part of that system is no longer going to be available to be purchased. So sales will end for that. In December of this year, they will stop producing any kind of patches or bug fixes or anything for that. So the little bit of what we do have that is kind of newer is completely going away as well. The manufacturer, Mitel, has just kind of been done with this and they're no longer going to use it. The local area network that we have, this is everything that connects to, being able to pump gas, being able to, pay paychecks or vendors, everything that you utilize at your desk right now, all the tablets, email, everything like that goes through that network. About 70% of that network went away in 2009 as far as support. So we've been kind of limping along and since then. The wireless infrastructure that we have that's literally behind you that allows you to use those tablets. That in March 31st of this year has gone end of life or end of support. So again, we're kind of in a situation where we need to make a decision on where we're going to go with this for the rest of the year and for the rest of its lifetime, which hopefully continues beyond tonight. So the prior history of this, we started the review of the phone system in 2017. We worked with a consultant, Communication Strategies, to look at component failures that we were having. In 2017, that's when we bought the last piece of hardware really for our phone system. And when that was purchased, we had to spend about $30,000 to make sure that phone calls could actually go out. We were having problems making phone calls out. You try to dial 9, you wouldn't get a phone line. When they came out, they gave us some recommendations. But at the time, everything was continuing to run. It did not have an issue, except we knew that at some point in time, we were going to have to make a decision on the system. Then COVID came around. And when COVID came around, what we had issues with the ability for sending staff home. For people that didn't normally rely on a telephone who came into City Hall, they were restricted as far as they could leave or how many people we could actually let go into a city facility. So that made it a very big struggle to still be able to meet the needs of the citizens and the businesses of Hemet. So we left people go home. In doing that, the issue that we had was not everybody would be able to answer every call. The end result of that was a lot of people had to leave voicemails in order to get a response from staff, which is not good customer service, obviously. Because a lot of times when you make a phone call and nobody answers, the thing that you don't do is leave a message. You try back, only to find that you're continuously running around that same circle and you're never getting anybody to actually respond to you. So that was kind of another issue that we had to deal with as far as making us look a little bit further at replacement of this phone system. It needed to be more customer service friendly, and meeting the needs of the people and the businesses, as well as staff. You know, staff was kind of usually restricted on what they could do, and they've just kind of grown accustomed to what the limitations of our current phone system is. So we kind of brought this back and we let council obviously know about where we were, options that we had kind of considered as far as the new telephone system that we could put in place. At that time, council provided direction. I'm kind of skipping around here a little bit, but council provided direction on we needed to get a replacement phone system because of the ability to be able to work wherever you needed to. We looked at something that was more an online version of a telephone system, to call it that, or what we called a UCAS system when we presented it. There was two options. One was to try to utilize the telephone cabling that we currently had, as well as an option to look at full replacement or full remediation of that cable. At that time in 2022, when we kind of looked at that, we looked at different vendors to help assist us with that project. Once we did that, we were able to to move ahead. At that time, council had looked at ARPA funding that came available, and they approved $1 million for this project to review this and to continue on move on with that replacement system. And at this point in time, I'm going to bring in Brian Hodges from Communication Strategies. He was the consultant that worked on the phase 2, the RFP creation. Brian, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Mayor and council members, good to talk with you tonight. As Scott mentioned, I've been working with the city since about 2017 on these issues. And Scott, if you can advance to the next slide, we can start talking about this RFP process. Phase 2 and 3 are basically requirements identification and vendor selection. So we went through a very detailed process that you can see there on the slide that involved focus group reviews, as well as general conversations with folks who use the system every day. You know, these would be staff users of the city of Hemet, and getting ideas from them on, you know, this is what we need. This is what we noticed during COVID that we didn't have. These are the key elements that we really require that we're not able to call on and what we don't have in our current phone system. So through the process of that, as well as our industry knowledge, because everybody at Communication Strategies has been in the business for 30 years or so, we are aware of what is out there, you know, in kind of the ecosphere of telephony. And, you know, here's the things that we can look at that will A, help solve those problems, and B, take the city of Hemet forward with a communication system that not only meets the needs of the staff, but meets the needs of the community. It's not just a phone system anymore, it's your nervous system. So it's important to make sure that you have one that's fully featured and reliable and survivable and can work with you wherever you're sitting. As the slide there documents, we went through and came up with design guidelines. We generated the RFP. It was a pretty thick document, and we disseminated that out to various vendors through the city's Planet Bids site. And we received back a number of bids that we'll talk about in a second. Scott, can you go to the next slide? Okay. Scott mentioned a second ago about UCAS. So UCAS is Unified Communications as a Service. And I said a minute ago, this is about your system as a nervous system. Okay, so instead of having all of the boxes and switches and cables in your switch room or in a data center, everything sits in the cloud. The cloud is a fancy word for the vendor's data center network. It's generally more than one data center, and the reason that it's strong and survivable and resilient is because it's usually multiple data centers that are backed up and mirrored and fully active all the way down the chain. So if one goes down, then the other one is already picking it up, even when you're in the middle of a phone call and you don't even notice. So this is an important capability of UCAS. One of the things that we noticed during COVID especially was the need for, conference calls, a little bit like what we're doing now, whether it's Zoom or whether it's Teams. We know that there are some users who are currently using Teams. And in the course of our evaluation, we realized, there are a number of ways that we could leverage Teams going forward into a new platform. And in the platform that was eventually selected, there is the capability to utilize the Teams client, the familiar Teams client that you see on your screen, with an embedded client from the vendor. So what does that mean? Well, it means that there's an additional icon on your Teams client that allows you to click on it and it will let you dial out. So it's not just dialing within the city of Hemet, it's when you dial out. If you need to call back a citizen, if you need to make a business call, whatever you need to do, that will go out through the network that is associated with that cloud provider, okay? And it's the same look and feel. It's a single pane of glass. You don't have, 50 windows open on your screen. It's a really helpful way to leverage not only the familiarity of Microsoft Teams, but also to use the UCAS network as a standalone, fully encapsulated within that Teams client. Okay, and that's helpful for a couple of reasons. One, we're all familiar with sometimes Microsoft doesn't quite play the way you want it to, right? So in the event that you have a Teams problem, you'll still be able to make calls using that vendor client, that UCAS client, and it's seamless. So that particular level of resiliency is, I think, important. It's also very intuitive and easy to use. So, and I'm going to refer to this variously as the Ring Central client, as the vendor UCAS client. It's all the same thing because the vendor that we're going to be talking about is Ring Central. Let's go to the next slide, Scott. Okay. Now, this is I'll try not to belabor the point here. I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but in the old days, meaning with the system you guys have today, on the left-hand side, you see the voice network. We call this TDM. In the TDM network, the phone system is the phone system, and the data network is the data network, and never the twain shall meet. Okay, they're completely separate. So that's the way things are today. And that's the way things were for a lot of years under the engineering that you would find with Nortel, Avaya, Mitel, ShoreTel, and a lot of the other large vendors. Let's go to the next slide. So with UCAS, everybody's on the network now. Telephony, unified communications is kind of the fancy term for telephony. It all rides on the network. And so given the fact that it's voice, and the fact that we're having this conversation now over a data network, what we're dealing with is a situation where voice communications is different than when you're sending an email or downloading an internet page or something like that. So after several years of industry starting out as experimentation and then many years of tweaking and refining, we now have one system, unified communications, that rides on the network, on a converged network. And you have clients on, you have soft phone clients on laptops, on computers, or you can even have SIP phones that plug into the wall just like they're a computer. And in fact, the computer can plug into the phone and daisy chain off of it. So that's what it all looks like today. And in this particular model, we're looking at everything connecting back up to the cloud. The cloud is the brain. That's where the call control happens. That's where call processing happens. That's, That's where the magic happens, okay, is in the cloud. All right, let's look at the next slide. So phase 3 is the UCAS bid evaluation. So this is really where we took all those requirements, we baked them into an RFP, and we had the vendors respond to that RFP. Now, I've written a lot of RFPs, and we at Comstrat write detailed RFPs. This is not a 5-page document that says, send us a quote. This is extremely detailed, very technical, lots of questions. And for the most part, when we get a response back, we usually get a higher quality response with a more nuanced sort of quote in it, right? So we received 12 proposals back that were evaluated by the team. And one of those was deemed incomplete because they didn't respond according to the standard. But the others you can see there came back with prices that were listed accordingly. Now, those numbers can mean a lot of things. And one of the jobs of the evaluation team is to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, and not saying that, for example, vendor A's price is the equivalent price of vendor B, that they're on the same playing field, because they frequently are not. So there was a lot of due diligence put into this, into the reviews, into conversations with the team. And at the end of the day, I think we can go to the next slide now. Okay. We came up with a short list of the 3 best responses that were offered in the RFPs. And that's down there toward the bottom in the light blue background, Packet Fusion, Vertical Networks, and Intelisys. And the team that did the evaluations was the City of Hemet IT team, as well as external reviews were done by IT departments from the 4 cities mentioned there: Palm Springs, Rancho Mirage, Indio, and Menifee. So we had a lot of eyes on these proposals to kind of, make sure that we were not operating in a vacuum and that we were on the same page as surrounding communities. And at the end of the day, we came away with the determination that Intelisys was the best aligned with the RFP objectives and the city's needs. Let's look at the next slide. Okay, so, and this is where we talk a little bit about infrastructure. So as Scott mentioned, and as I touched on in the UCAS slide, the network really, really matters now. And the network as it exists today does not support voice over IP technology, meaning unified communications over your network. It will not support it. And some of that's due to the switches that are out there, and some of that is due to the cabling that's out there. Data networks take a higher grade of cable, and they take switches that are differently configured and more powerful. More powerful is a little vague, but that also support things like QoS, quality of service, for voice calls like this, and also PoE, power over Ethernet, meaning that they maintain power even if there's a power hiccup. So that's important when we're talking about voice communications. So there's a number of things there that we looked at that said, look, we really need to go in and make sure that the network is up to speed, not only for what we want to do day one, but what it's going to look like, 2, 3, 5 years down the road. So that touches, this slide touches on some of those details, but the real takeaway is, as Scott explained earlier, a lot of this network gear is end of life, end of service, and it's basically down to the inherent reliability of the switches that we're not having major outages every day. So the switches are very well built, as is the telephony system. The problem is that it's old enough that after a while, the manufacturer is not going to support it anymore. And we are rapidly hitting those dates. And once that happens, your resupply route is through eBay. And I don't think any city wants to go that route. Next slide, Scott. Okay, and Scott, I'll turn it back over to you for the pricing here. You can go into that.
Sure, definitely. So what we did is looking at the recommended solution for year one, This is the funds that we're going to use for this section. That was ARPA funds. So this is out of the $1 million that was available that council had directed us to utilize. So what we're looking to do is anything marked as year 1 is going to be something that's going to be repeated in year 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those that do not have the parentheses year 1, it's kind of a one-time, essentially, replacement cost. So that includes reporting, gateway. There's still some of these devices that cannot be connected through a computer that are going to have to stay the way they are and as an analog device. Those are some of the things that you have, like that elevator phone that I showed you that's rotary dial. That's still going to require some kind of an analog device. But there's an adapter that plugs in that makes it digital. And that's a one-time cost. There's also obviously the Intelisys portion of this is the integration of that system. So we're having RingCentral as the actual service provider, just like you get Verizon. And Intelisys is essentially like for your phone, instead of having a phone that's an Android or an Apple, they're essentially the provider that's actually providing the integration of that Verizon service to you. So that's Intelisys. They're going to be providing the integration of the systems that we currently have that cannot be digitized, as well as replacement of that switching gear, that stuff that's, rapidly approaching 20 years. Some of it is actually at 20 years. We've had to buy a few things here and there that have kind of made that. That's why I put down 7 to 15. They're also replacing the wireless gear. So in all of the buildings that we have in the police department has told me several times that what we have just doesn't work at all locations of the building, and they need it to work at all locations of the building. As we rapidly move towards more mobile solutions, your laptops and things like that, that's going to be required. Since we're going to have software on that laptop and also on your cell phone that will allow us to take those phone calls, that's important that we're actually replacing that wireless infrastructure as well. It's probably about 50-50 where we're going to be at. And that was the kind of reason why we thought against moving to a full replacement of the wired equipment in our building. Thinking infrastructure wise, what we have right now may work. We may need to remediate some cable, but not all of that cable. And rather than go full replacement of copper cable, look more towards the wireless side, because that's just the way the technology is rolling out. In addition to all of that cabling and wireless infrastructure, we're looking for professional management services from Communication Strategies to actually take this one home and to cover not only the little bit of overage that we had in phase 2 and 3, but as well as the phase 4, the actual implementation. And the reasoning for that is we used to at one time had an on-staff subject matter expert telephone system. That was Sid Woods. And Sid is long gone. So we don't have that person who had 30 years of telephone experience on staff. So we really need the ability to kind of go back and ask somebody else, hey, is this actually the right way? This should be done. Just somebody to keep us honest about this whole project and make sure that it gets done on a timely manner and that it's not trying to absorb current staff that don't have that experience. So, and again, when we're looking at this as well, we have 30-year-old network or 30-year-old phone system, 20-year-old network, and 10-year-old wireless. We start pulling on that string of 30 years of telephone. We don't know what's going to come and run out after us when we pull it. Could be a mouse, could be something really bad. So we are asking for a contingency on top of this. And that's because what we're doing is this is all a system that is utilized, again, like I said, from public safety all the way to public works. And it can't be something that goes down or has extended outages as we start this project and continue it. It just needs to be completed. So the contingency is there in order to ensure that if we stumble across any of those things, we continue on, we get the project done. And of course, the idea on this is proposed implementation right there at the very bottom, fall 2024. What I would like to provide you guys is what I told the same thing to the vendor, who is here, by the way, that we'd like to see this done by November 1. I would say no later than everything done by Thanksgiving. And the reasoning for that is they need to have some time to be able to procure all the equipment. But after Thanksgiving, after the holidays hit, work doesn't get done. It just kind of stalls out. So we want to make sure that it's done before that time. So that's where we're looking at. The $789,908.19 is coming out of that Measure U fund. So in the annual for years 2 through 5 is going to be the $91,061.88. And that is for continued use of Ring Central during that time. And it's also the wireless licensing that covers our maintenance and support upkeep of that wireless system. Just to kind of give you a gauge, the 91,000, we're looking at about $20,000 more than what we're paying right now for phone and the same network service. So this is going to be an annual cost that will be added to the IT department Fund 680 budget. But it only increases what we're currently paying by $20,000. And that's decent in that we're looking to actually take our phone system from a capital expenditure to an operational expenditure. So in after years 5 goes up, we can renew. We can also decide to go to another vendor. There is nothing that we're actually having to replace as far as hardware, physical hardware on-prem. That hardware just becomes a service, and we can choose whatever service we like. If there's another service that comes out that's better, so be it. We can go there. So at the end of this, what we're looking to do is have council approve the telephone and network modernization CIP 5738 in the amount of $1,154,155.71 over 5 years. Again, I showed you that 1 year is going to be ARPA funds. The other is going to be continuing. We're looking for the city manager to execute all documents, agreements, purchase orders related to the telephone system and CIP 5738, including that contingency fund, executing agreements with Ring Central for the service. That will be an agreement for 5 years. We're looking to execute agreements with Intelisys Corporation for that integration, that network cabling, installation remediation, the switch replacement, and also the wireless system replacement. And that was for $611,317.06. And we're looking to approve an agreement, addendum with Communication Strategies for project management services in the amount of $67,518.75. And we do have Intelisys here, the vendor, the proposed vendor, if you have any additional questions.
Anybody? Go ahead. I'll go after.
In your presentation, you mentioned Measure U funding, but it's ARPA.
ARPA funding.
Okay.
Measure U. Sorry about that.
Okay.
No Measure U funding here. It's all
Okay.
ARPA.
And then thank you for not bringing expired quotes. I appreciate that.
We're not bringing what?
Expired.
Expired quotes, my trigger.
Oh,
The staff report is actually relatively large. Had we included every attachment, it was going to be in excess of 150 attachments added onto this. We do in the staff report state that those are available if you'd like to look at them.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that.
you wanted some?
Do you anticipate any supply chain issues? And if so, if any issues come up where you can't order something, are we locked in the price as far as, if it happens next year or something, because we had to wait for something?
That's one of the reasons why we went with Intelisys on all of this, and the idea behind having all of this in one person's purview, that if there's things that can happen where we lose the ability to get hardware, we're not purchasing software or licensing ahead of it. So we have that flexibility. We also have the flexibility in the event we come across something. We don't have vendors pointing fingers at each other saying, you're bad wiring, my network's not working. That's the kind of the reason behind that. Do have Intelisys here in the event. Do you guys foresee any kind of additional hardware Yeah, so no real hardware issues.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I heard you mention something about full replacement, or what was that conversation again? I didn't catch it all.
That was just the difference between the phone system that we currently have, which is a capital system. I mean, we buy it once and then we continue to keep it. We don't usually have to expend much money on it other than system maintenance and licensing and things like that. And this is moving away from that model, from a model where
It's
you purchase
cloud-based
once
system,
to
wireless.
cloud-based, yes. So
Couple questions. Let me gather my thoughts here. How many buildings are we replacing on the wiring?
I would say wiring would be only the buildings that we actually need to. So when it comes to City Hall, we may be replacing wiring at every one of our facilities, but it may be one drop here, a drop here. It won't be the entire facility. So it's only where it's absolutely needed, and where, let's say, a perfect example of that would be at a fire station. Fire stations, wiring in some of these have been installed since the late 80s or early 80s. That was on a category 3 type cable that needs to be a category 6.
Yeah.
So they'll use that old cable as a pull string and pull that through, and that would be replaced.
Can you
We wouldn't
replace it with Cat 6 or?
Yeah, Cat 6.
Cat 6.
Yeah. We wouldn't replace anything that doesn't need to.
Now what?
We wouldn't be replacing any cable that doesn't need to. Absolutely.
Right, okay. How many phones, are there going to be desktop phones at all, or?
There will be a combination. We're looking at a replacement of approximately 70% of our phones, or 75% of our phones will wind up becoming a soft phone. So that'll be either a software client on your computer or a software client on your phone, your cell phone.
Okay.
Where you can take that phone call. And the other 25% is going to be phones that are multi-use. So it's not going to be where somebody specifically sits, but it's going to be where a shift work type person sits. That's your fire stations. That's a lot of the operations side of PD, where there's several people that might sit there. Where it's a admin person who always sits at that desk, they would be fine and sufficient with just the soft phone. But we have the flexibility of moving that if we need to. If they need to have a physical phone there, we can. The idea behind it is, in the event they can't use their building, or if they need to go home, or if they're not available, maybe they're the only person there that day, they could move to another physical seat and be able to provide the same level of customer service. Right now, if you have a physical phone, you have to be at that desk to answer it.
Okay. I have so many questions and I can't even think of one right now. Since we're going wireless and we're going cloud, it's going to require a lot of bandwidth. What do we have now that for our backbone for our incoming lines from the internet?
Excellent question. We have Spectrum Business. They're a 1 gig connection. We also have Lumen Technologies. That's our backup internet connection. That is
We have
also 1
redundancy
gig.
built in there.
Yeah, and we
Okay.
also have a tertiary. We have a third, and that is Starlink. So we have satellite in the event that data goes down. That would also be useful.
And there's a fail safe on this system where if one goes down, it automatically goes up to goes to the next available internet connection.
Yes, that's already built in. That's already in place, and redundancy is built into our
Built in.
current network. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do me a favor and explain, maybe the Intelisys guy will have to explain, but explain to me what the RingCentral's native analytics capabilities are, or just a quick brief explanation.
Go ahead and have Intelisys provide that.
And then can he add after that about the security?
Definitely.
It has built-in security, better security than Avaya. I've read that part on it. I just need to understand what the native analytics capabilities are.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Betts. I'm the operations manager for Intelisys. For the RingCentral platform, there's full reporting capabilities from the end user level all the way through groups and ring groups. We can see the quality of the calls. So we can see if there's a connection problem, what end it's happening at. We can also see how much the phone system is being used, the different pieces of the phone system, because it's not just phone. You have video capabilities, messaging capabilities, and we can see how much of that is being adopted through the reporting. Reports can be scheduled and can be sent out via PDF or Excel format.
Okay, what's your 30+ pre-built KPIs? Is that something you can program yourself, a user can program, or is that something that's built in?
So the KPIs, RingCentral has an extensive library of available KPIs that can be utilized. Typically, it will involve somebody from RingCentral that will help us integrate that to an application that the city might be using.
Okay. And I also read something about we need to use your routers, RingCentral's routers, to get a clearer connection. Is that something I read or I didn't?
The RingCentral router is for survivability. The gateways that they use can take an redundant connection, and those are RingCentral specific.
Okay, and is it
the data network is whatever the city chooses.
yeah, but we're gonna go with RingCentral's routers? Or are we gonna use someone else's routers?
The switches would be a different manufacturer's.
And why is that?
RingCentral is solely the delivery of the phone service.
Okay.
And survivable gateways. Those will be used, but the data network itself is not something that RingCentral manufactures.
So do you recommend which ones we should use that work better with your system, or?
We recommended two manufacturers. I don't remember which one the city chose.
Sure. In the recommendation, we looked at two of them. One was HP, and that was because we already have an HP component of the network already built into our system that was built into the current replacement.
They're not
for our-
only 30 years old, are they?
Well, not that one, not that one.
Okay.
So that one was an Aruba device. It was actually installed when we installed our network refresh for our hyperconverged system here shortly ago. So we looked at that vendor. We also looked at Fortinet, which Fortinet is our firewall vendor.
Oh, okay.
And we looked at both and kind of determined whether we wanted to be able to get the best performance that we could, because this is a data network, not only for the telephone system, but also for regular day-to-day operations.
And we do want to get the best, so.
Well, yeah, and what we want to do is we want to make sure that in the 5 to 7 years of life expectancy of this equipment, that it's going to be able to meet that need for those years. So we don't want to buy something too small. And that's when we looked at this and figured that the Aruba network that we currently have, Aruba is a company that actually bought up HP that we had in the previous system.
Okay.
That system has the ability to put us in an area where we can add additional capacity so we can grow in order to make sure that we can meet the needs of both citizens and staff.
Yeah.
So that's why we
Okay,
went with
perfect.
that.
Thank you. Anyone else, or didn't you want to ask about the security? Yeah, it's on this sheet. That's why I thought I'd tell you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I gotta find out where I was, huh? Help me, attorney, where was we? Where were we? Please finish. What's that? Questions are done. Okay.
Do a roll call.
What's that?
Roll call vote. Vicky? So you'll need a motion and a roll.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion to spend $1 million.
So what is it?
For all that stuff, right?
Do I get
To move the staff approval.
I'll second that.
City Clerk? May we have
Council,
a roll
please
call?
cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Lilienthal, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Council.
Great, thank you, Scott. Great job on that. We will move to item 18B. Can we have a staff presentation, please?
All right, good evening. This is a presentation summarizing some of the major changes proposed to the currently adopted storm drain development standards, storm drain criteria, and drainage design manual. So this is consistent with the city's strategic plan, quality of life, and organizational effectiveness. The current storm drain development standards, storm drain criteria, and drainage design manual was adopted on September 24th, 1996. The document established drainage policy and detailed hydrology and hydraulic criteria for preparing studies and storm drain improvement plans. Several sections of the currently adopted manual reference outdated policies and standards. Therefore, city staff reviewed the current manual and is proposing revisions to the current manual. So each section in the manual included some revisions, such as small minor text edits. Section 5 was renamed, with sections 7, 8, and 9 being removed, thus renumbering sections 10 and 11. There were also revisions to the currently adopted detention and retention basin policy. So section 5 was renamed hydrology and hydraulics and combined the requirements for these items into one section rather than 4. The criteria in section 5 now references the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District's hydrology manual, since the majority of these sections either came from the district's manuals or were based upon the same references as a district's manual. Sections 7, 8, and 9 were also removed, as these sections are now covered in the district's hydraulic design manual. Referencing both of these Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District manuals allows for any future changes to those manuals to be included as part of the city's manual. So revisions to section 10 detention basin policy were also made in order to help with the city of Hemet's flooding. So the current policy for projects smaller than 100 acres states that projects are to retain the 100-year 3-hour storm duration flows and volume of runoff. This has often been interpreted as storing the delta difference between, or in volume, or essentially storing the difference between the pre-project and post-project volumes associated with a 100-year 3-hour storm event. This usually causes more flooding rather than reducing it. So this graph right here, the, go this way so I can see it too. The blue line right there is the flow rate. The x-axis on the bottom is time, and the red line is volume. And so as a storm event happens, volume continues to increase until it stops. And then with the blue line, flows can start very small, and then they reach a peak during the storm event when like the soil is saturated. And then as the storm event ends, the flow rate, drops down. So the red line generates, or let's see where I'm at. The red line represents the volume generated by the storm. And so this graph is for the post-project condition. The pre-project condition would have a similar graph to this, but it would be smaller values. So for this example, the pre-project condition has a total volume of approximately 1.6 acre feet, and the post-project volume is approximately 2.4 acre feet. So if you took the delta between the two, you'd have about 0.8 acre feet. So right here, that green line, that is where 0.8 acre feet is generated in the storm. So if a basin was designed to store 0.8 acre feet, you see that once the storm hit that green line, the basin would be full, and everything beyond that would just bypass the basin. So you would still experience the peak flow rate downstream, and therefore you're actually increasing the flow rate rather than lowering it. So to be consistent with the County of Riverside interim basin design criteria, which is criteria for sizing detention basins where no facilities are constructed, the manual revised the mitigation criteria to model the 2-year, 5-year. I think that I was still supposed to show this. Okay, so that other line right there. So the purple line right there is what would need to be stored in order to mitigate that storm event that I was talking about previously. So you can see that there's, quite a big difference there, 2.2 acre feet as compared to 0.8 acre feet with what a lot of basins are designed with right now. Sorry. Okay, now moving on. So the current mitigation criteria is for the 100-year 3-hour, but the Riverside County interim basin design criteria utilizes a 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year storm events for the 1 hour, for various durations, 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hour, and 24 hour. It's been shown that these smaller storm events are actually having the most impacts downstream when it comes to things like erosion. So here's an example. This is the same project, or the same little example project that I had. We have resulting flow rates and volumes for the pre-project and post-project condition for the 2-year and 10-year storm events for the 24-hour duration. These values can be used to size for the preliminary and entitlement projects. So that volume that I'd showed you on the other graph, the 2.2 acre feet, 100-year 3-hour on the bottom of that table there. So if you take the difference for the 2-year and the difference from the 10-year and add those up, you'll actually have a greater volume than the 100-year 3-hour, showing that's a little bit more conservative. And that can be used for entitlement purposes to make sure that the basin is adequately sized. So then for final design permits, drainage studies will need to include detailed basin routing to demonstrate that the project meets the criteria specified in the manual. This will ensure that basins are sized adequately and that flows are not increased downstream due to development. All right, and then section 11 is sediment and erosion. This was updated to reference current state standards since they currently adopted manual references standards from 1992 that are no longer applicable or outdated. The reference to state standards will ensure that the updated manual references the most current standards and policies. So that concludes my presentation, and staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution adopting the storm drain and drainage design manual, a replacement of the currently adopted storm drain development standards, storm drain criteria, and drainage design manual. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from the council on this item?
I just want to say thank you for bringing that update. It seems long overdue. I'm sure there's other manuals in the city that we're utilizing that are out of date. I can think of a couple offhand. So I know our staff is busy, but as we start identifying those, I think this is kind of setting the tone, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Jolene.
Yes, thank you. So to simplify this, this is just for the design of the storm drains and basins, storage basins.
It's anything to do with hydrology and hydraulics. So like the preparation of reports for entitlement and for final design, the design of basins, the design of storm drain, anything to do basically with rainwater.
Does it deal with anything dealing with the flow of water before it gets into a storm drain?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then like the parameters of where it's contained within the street, if it has to be contained within top of curb, right away, all those parameters. Mm-hmm.
So maybe we'll get rid of some of our lakes at the intersections?
That would be the goal. That is the goal. That is the goal.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Will it conflict or stifle what we're trying to do at Stetson and Sanderson?
No. Mm-mm. No. That's an already existing channel, so it's sorry.
Okay. All right. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Move staff recommendation to adopt a resolution doing all of these things.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. That motion passes 5-0.
We will move to item 18C. Can we have a staff presentation, please? Oh, our city manager. Okay.
Good evening. Tonight for the final item for your consideration is a proposed hotel tax measure. Before we begin, I want to provide a little bit of context for why this item is coming forward. When we look to the fiscal year 24-25 budget, just to recap some of our budget discussions that we've had in the last couple of weeks, the city will be utilizing something called a vacancy factor. figure that essentially represents anticipated vacancy associated with various positions that will be used to help balance the budget. We're utilizing a factor of $3 million in the FY 24-25 budget. Additionally, we have some one-time expenditures of fairly significant scale that do align with anticipated ongoing expenditures. One of those is the $1.2 million CityNet contract. The second is the $2.4 million of anticipated increase in the city's insurance premium contract. The consideration of a hotel tax measure is a measure that we anticipate would yield approximately $200,000 a year. So it's not going to offset some of those significant costs I've discussed, but it will provide some form of mitigation. And so with that, let me walk into this. This strategic plan integration aligns with organizational effectiveness, and the staff report notes that this is intended to create and support a financially sustainable city. A little bit on the definition of a hotel. The item before you will update the hotel definition, but really what we're doing is clarifying the way we interpret the current language in our code. And so what you'll see here in red and underlined are additional terms that reflect in some cases, just modernization, new terms that are used. You'll see some former terms, outdated-ish type terms that we would leave in the definition, but specifically short-term rental, bed and breakfast, recreational vehicle park, campground or parking area, or any other property rented to a transient. So these transient occupancy taxes, or commonly called hotel tax or TOT, are taxes paid by visitors to our community. This is a couple of these charts will be a little hard to read. I think this one's a little easier, but this is a look at what the hotel tax rates look like across California. In this chart, from left to right, we show the cities that have a rate between 4% and 7.99% essentially. We have 30 cities with the rates in that area. We have 78, I believe, 78 cities between 8 and 9.5%. 192 cities between 10% and 11.99%, and then 129 cities with 12% or higher. The trend over the last couple of decades is you'll see cities moving slightly higher. I think if we looked back 30 years ago, the average was probably 8. Then it transitioned to about 10, and we're seeing movement now to 12, 14, and a little bit beyond. And so this is a look statewide at what that looks like. When we look regionally in Riverside County, this is a look, and the good news is I have a degree in small font translation, so I can actually describe this to you. But apologies to the folks in the audience, it's a little hard to read, but on the left, we show the distribution of hotel taxes amongst all of the cities with those taxes in the state. There are cities that don't have hotels, or they don't have hotel taxes. So there are, several dozen of those cities, about 50 in the state. But of those that have taxes, the number one rate is 10%. That's the highest you see in any specific count, followed by 12%. So 180 cities versus 83. But the chart you just saw on the prior slide aggregates some of that data. But that's the specific breakdown. So we range from 4% to 15.5%. The second chart to the right documents the hotel tax rates in Riverside County cities. What's important and a little bit different about this chart is we're also capturing what would commonly be known as Tourism Improvement District taxes. They come in different names, but essentially these are additional add-on taxes that are adopted in local jurisdictions that often are utilized to fund marketing campaigns for visitors. So there are a number of desert communities in Riverside County that have these types of add-ons. So you have data on what the base hotel tax rate is, as well as these add-on taxes. And so they range, the totals in Riverside County range from 8% in San Jacinto. Most of the cities are at 10, 11 or beyond, and they range up to 16.5% when we consider the 3% add-on with Palm Springs. Should you consider advancing this to the November ballot, this is included in the documents with the staff report today. But any time a ballot question goes to the ballot, it needs to be 75 words or less. There's a specific science to how we count words. So the city of Hemet, for example, is counted as one word, but we need any ballot question to be 75 words or less. This meets that criteria with a word or two to spare, according to the city clerk's review of this today. So this is something that can be adjusted should the council want to, but essentially this follows some successful measures that we've seen in other communities. In fact, I skipped over that, didn't I? Here we go. This is a look at ballot measures that were brought in California in November of 22, so 2 years ago. There were about 25 measures. I believe my count of those small fonts was 21 cities. Numbers passed. There's a breakdown in fine print here. A lot of these were increases. If you look at the finer print here, I think 2 of the agencies were trying to establish a tax for the first time. In most of the cases, they were increases of 1, 2, or 4% in most cases. Most of those passed, and my count is 21 passed and 4 did not. And the 4 that did not, a couple of those narrowly passed. But a hotel tax can be dedicated for a specific purpose. Our recommendation is to think of this as a general tax available to support a broad variety of city operations. The vote threshold requirement is 50% plus 1 on a general hotel tax. And so with that, the city and attorney and I are happy to answer any questions you have.
Anyone?
First,
Yeah, go ahead.
could you put this slide up that actually has the ballot measure wording? And I apologize that I did not get to you. I talked to the city attorney about this earlier today. My concern with starting it with saying Hemet Public Safety, because it may be confusing as to what it actually is, and maybe just change it, the lead-in sentence to what it says, essential services, and then add a couple positive things in there that it could be used for, like tourism, and not all negative things. Just to say this is money we're going to use for positive programs and essential services. That's my take.
So to explain why public safety was placed there, under the current budget resolutions and the Measure U resolutions that the city council adopted, this is a general tax. It will be placed in the general fund. The city council has obligated itself to expending 72% of general fund revenue on police and fire services. So that was the thought process on there. From a legal perspective, I have no objection to removing public safety and from the description. It's supposed to be descriptive and explain to people what it is they're voting on. That's the idea.
It would be an essential tax, and it includes then listing the things. I don't have a problem with some of those things that are listed, but I'd like a couple positive things to be thrown in there too.
I think the conservative count that we had, because even the rules on counting are subject to some interpretation, if you can believe it. I think even our conservative count was as is, we're using 74 words. If you removed public safety and so just left to this Hemet essential services protection measure, you would have 4 words.
But tourism in there
You
or
could
some
add
type of
if you want-
community out- something. I
So
mean,
yeah, so if you wanted to
something
remove those
positive.
3 and add, you have those words. If you wanted to add more words, you'd have to find somewhere else to get rid of. There are a few things that we're legally required to include there. If you guys discuss removing those, I'll let you know that we have to keep it in there, but
And that's just my take on that one. But I do have a couple other questions that go into the staff report. Can I ask those now?
you're the mayor.
Okay, let me find them. Think it's in the resolution. Yes, all this paper and I did highlight. There's a reference to the statements for and against. Yes, it's in the second. Page 13, resolution in section 1. It says, according to election code, for arguments for or against the measure not exceeding 300 words in length. Then in section 2, it says in accordance with election code's rebuttal arguments not exceeding 250 words. So is that correct? So if you're for it, you can go 300 words. If you're against it, you can only go 250.
Oh, I wish those were the rules. No. So you have the arguments for and against. You'll see that in section 1. It says arguments for or against the measure.
Yeah.
Get 300. And then each side has an opportunity to do a rebuttal to the other's arguments.
Both, okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's 4
That explains
submissions
it.
total.
I didn't go for the 4. I was just going, okay, if I'm for it, I get 300. And if, somebody else is against it, we're going to cut them down to 250. That I believe was my only underlined.
And for what it's worth, those are consistent with the rules this council has adopted for all previous measures.
Okay, I'm good.
I just want to say I agree with Linda to take out Hemet Public Safety. We already have Measure U for that. And you explain it in the body of it, that it'll cover some of those things. It'll be less confusing to the public, I think. So.
I would take out anything that deals with fire, police, 911, because people will associate it with Measure U anyways. They're saying, oh, we're already taxed, and they'll think that it's a tax on them. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
But the only thing that I would mention is that as it is a general tax, it goes in the general fund. Under your current resolutions, you're going to be required to spend some of this on fire.
Yeah, well, that's.
We know that.
Okay.
One thing I didn't mention that I probably should mention, it's in the staff report, just should this move forward, if the council was interested in moving it forward to the ballot, should it pass, it has the probability of enhancing the hotel incentive program. We're interested in obviously incentivizing remodel of many of our hotels. And this would provide an enhancement to the cost sharing methodology. It would grow the return by 20% for any hotel seeking to participate in that program. We would like many of our hotels to consider participation in that program. One of the challenges with the ballot question is trying to do it live, right? And so knowing that there are a couple of different ideas out there, it may be helpful to designate a couple of council members to work with the city attorney and I between today and 2 weeks from now. And we can bring that back to you at that time. It needs to be approved. This would need to be approved by you by the July 9th council meeting. So there's a little bit of time in case there's interest in working on the 75 words or less.
And I would say if it's as simple as strike those 3 words, we can do that right now. But if it was a little more wordsmithing was needed, I think we'd be happy to have that conversation between now and a future meeting.
Well, I'm highly prejudiced. You told me not to ever use that word in a meeting. But I mean, even adding the positive in that, public art. because Malcolm and I are all tied up with public art right now, and that's a positive. Tourism is a positive. I just like listing that this money is going to be used for positive things. And yes, actually 911 is a positive thing. It's a who? That's
The other thing that to consider if you wanted to have some further thought on this, and this directly relates to you, Mayor, is again, we use language that we've previously utilized in the city, which the city council authorizes you to author the argument in support. And so that would be something that you would have to consider. Is that something that you want to do? Historically, that's been the practice. But I just wanted to point that out. It isn't authorizing someone, it's authorizing you to draft that.
So this title, if it just says Hemet Essential Services Protection Measure, is it going to say that it's the occupancy tax somewhere in there?
It goes on to say it later in the ballot question when it gets to the phrase, the city's transient occupancy tax by 2%. There's a reference to shall a measure increasing the city's transient occupancy tax by 2%. Right.
And then we do clarify what we mean by transients there as well. That phrase shall a measure increasing the city's transient occupancy tax by 2%. That's one of the portions that is legally required to be.
And right now it's 10%, so it'll go to 12.
It'll go to 12.
That it?
That is what we'll need to, right, if you're comfortable with striking just the 3 words, I think we can take care of that tonight. If we would like to think about words like tourism or public art, it would be my recommendation that we sit down with a couple council members and work on that over the next 2 weeks.
And we have time to work on it for the next 2 weeks and get it out in time.
We do. When we have the meeting, though, we'll lock the door until we're done.
Maybe if we fixed our audio, I would hear your jokes.
I think that's in the budget.
Want to do the wordsmithing?
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to do some wordsmithing. Are you good with that? Is it okay if Malcolm and I do that? Yeah.
So would the council like to continue the item to the next meeting and authorize council members Krupa and Lilienthal to work with the city manager and myself to propose some changes to the ballot question?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay. I know I was late. We will now move to city council and staff reports. Councilmember Krupa.
Okay, let me. Hemet Public Library. The library's summer reading program begins on June 19th and signups online is in Beanstack. So you can go there and sign up as of now to participate or have your children ages up to 18. Yes. So that, and the name of the summer program is? I didn't hear that.
Renew, recycle, repeat.
Renew, recycle, repeat. Thank you. Thank you. So that's that one. Riverside County Airport Land Use Commission is meeting this Thursday morning, and there will be a general plan amendment affecting Hemet Ryan Airport. in a rezone of a small area on the southwest area, changing the zoning from mixed use to business park. That meeting is held in the county building in Riverside at 10 o'clock. I had an update on League of California Cities, but I left it at home and I don't remember what it was for they had an executive meeting last night that I was unable to attend, but the next meeting in July will be a general membership meeting, and I think it's in Paris or Moreno Valley. And then I know September is actually in Hemet. Watermaster, we had a quarterly meeting. We went through and approved the audit and the annual report, and they will be sent to the Department of Water Resources and to the court. SCAG was interesting last Thursday in that we approved spending a lot of money in grant funding on the 2024 strategic plan, and also on the, you're going to love this, the 2023 to 2026 CRP CMAQ STBG project selection and award recommendations. So it kind of is like strategic planning and CDBG all rolled into one. The really sad part about it was that Hemet doesn't get a dime. But through all of that, we also approved the 2024 SCP, which is Sustainable Communities Program, Active Transportation and Safety Guidelines and Calls for Projects. And this is going into the ATP category for active transportation. And the two categories that they're looking at this year, which I think we can probably qualify for some in some of this, is in community-wide and area plans for active transportation, which is bike paths and big plans. But also the second one that they're accepting applications on is for quick build projects. And those are like the temporary quick build for safety, building bike lanes in front of schools and just kind of minimizing hazards for the pedestrians and bicycle community. The other thing we did as the receive and file was on the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's proposed actions on South Coast Air Quality Management District's plan to meet the 1997 ozone standards. And we're still working back to 1997. But the interesting part of that was that the EPA has decided that California is not doing everything that they should be doing to reduce greenhouse gases and emissions. And specifically, they were dinging AQMD for the NOx emission reductions, and that's that smaller particle that is bad for air quality. But since this started, the CARB and South Coast air quality regulated sources that we actually have control over in California has been reduced by 70%, which is why our air is actually cleaner than it was 20 years ago. In addition to that, the US EPA regulated sources, and they're in charge of the ports, airplanes, and trains, this type of thing, their transmissions are only down 15%. And when SCAG, CARB, and AQMD went back to Washington, D.C. to talk to the EPA and say, this is our plan to get there, EPA's response was, your measures on your contingency plan do not meet the requirements for contingency measures. And then their substantive issue was the US EPA, actually when they were asked and said, well, in the state of California, we've reduced this by 70%. EPA, you've reduced yours by 15%. Their reply was US EPA sees no basis to accept responsibility for reducing emissions from sources under our authority. There you go. And at that, I would say that if you're interested in finding out the business report and business things in California, every month Lucy Dunn, who is an ex officio member of SCAG, she is also the business representative, and she is a member of the business roundtable, and they're doing a lot of legislation and a lot of the retail theft and getting involved with that. She is really a very knowledgeable person, and she has a like a 5-page report in the SCAG agenda for this week, this last month. She's also on the GLUE Council, and there's really a lot of good information about the economy and where we're going and about housing and their I guess, final statement on housing. The state of housing in California is that it doesn't work. So, I mean, it was lots of things were positive, a lot of them were negative, but she has some good recommendations and really good statistics on what is going on in California and how negative the business climate, how negative the state is on the business climate. Let's put it that way. The good part is the governor is supposedly going to take over the insurance commissioner's job to figure out why all of the insurance companies are leaving California. Oh, more bad news. Yes, the federal government came out a few months ago and determined that individual local transportation agencies, which would be Riverside County Transportation Commission, and not only thus, all of them in California, have been misusing how we appropriate federal funding for local projects. And based on that assumption that they had, they are now putting all approval of these types of allocations into the hands of the local MPO, which is Southern California Association of Governments. So anything we have to do for RCTC and on a local level has to go to SCAG for approval. The good part about that is Malcolm and I both sit on the Transportation Commission or Committee for SCAG, but it is another layer of taking away local control, putting it into bigger government, and messing with us. I'm saying that nicely. So then on a really happy level, 2 events that I was able to go to, the SRCAR, the Real Estate Brokers Breakfast, which was upstairs at the library, which was absolutely awesome and extremely well attended. And then I went to the chamber ribbon cutting for Hemet Scrubs, which is over on the corner of San Jacinto and Florida. And you need to go in there because people think scrubs are only for medical people. Scrubs are good for pajamas. They're good for cleaning your house. They're good for leisure wear. They're good for
Wondered
cover-ups
who
at
went
the
to that
beach.
one.
So it was good, and they have really cool colors.
Council Member Kendrick.
I'm going to keep it brief. On May 30th, Chief Stell and I met with a resident that reached out to me regarding concerns about fire inspections and fire fees. So we coordinated a meeting with some fire staff, building, and we talked it out. And it was a very good, productive meeting. I know that the fire department is going to change how they're, rolling out the program and invoicing. So from that, I just want to encourage people to continue to, reach out to us. I'm happy to help facilitate solutions, but I think that was really positive, and I think that that particular resident walked away feeling like something had been accomplished. On June 3rd, I did have a RCA Board of Directors meeting. It was just standard business as usual and nothing to report. And then Councilmember Krupa and I did take a tour on Friday, and we got to view some pretty amazing areas in our city with the most wonderful views. So I thoroughly enjoyed that, and hopefully more to come on that particular item. That's it.
Councilmember Malcolm Lilienthal, please.
I went to the Scrubs place too. Great family. They, family oriented. They own the business over there. It's lovely to see new businesses coming like that. But Linda talked about SCAG, so I'll move on.
Councilmember Jacqueline Peterson, please.
Hemet San Jacinto Zone Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee, known as TUMF meeting, was on May 29th. And we members met in Riverside and voted to approve some of the upcoming projects for the next few fiscal years. And there's a lot of construction going on by Esplanade. And we approved Hemet, the city of Hemet got Warren Road from Dominagani to Esplanade. There's a $500,000 plan for that. And then Hemet, San Jacinto combined Esplanade, Warren Road to State Street, and Esplanade Avenue, Warren Road to Sanderson is going to get a good chunk of money. And we're going to see some good progress in the next year or two on some of these major streets that people travel all the time. We also approved some more money for the County of Riverside State Route 79. We previously had $5 million towards the engineering aspect of that. And now we're going to approve 10 million more to get that rolling and get that realignment in action. So yes. The General Assembly for WRCOG, which is the Riverside Council of Governments, will be on Thursday, June 20th. And our guest speaker is going to be Sean McVay, who is the coach from the LA Rams. So being a member of that committee, I was invited to go to Harupa Valley Complex on Sunday, June 3rd. And for 3 hours, we were out there running around doing all these little skits and these fun things. And I can't wait to see this. The videographer that they have work with them is just really fun to work with. And it'll be shown at the General Assembly on Thursday, June 20th. So we're looking forward to that. And then the next day we had a regular meeting. And one of the highlights was the IREN presentation. It was a very thorough presentation on that, which is the Inland Regional Energy Network, IREN. And they empower local governments to practice energy efficiency, enable code compliance in the building industry, and support workforce education in the region. But they have an energy fellowship program that I would like to see the city of Hemet utilize. It may be too late this year to get on board with that, but it's been around for a couple of years, and I think it would be great for us to have one of the interns come to Hemet and work with us. Ramona Bowl has been very active with graduations and other things going on, but there's going to be 4 concerts in the month of July, and they'll have a Motown review on July 6th, country singer Brent Payne on July 13th, Selena tribute July 19th, and a Cher tribute on July 27th. And you can go to ramonabowl.com to get more details and ticket prices. And they have a combination, a package that you can get this year that's a little different, I believe. And we'd love to see you out at Ramona Bowl. It's great in the summertime and beautiful view, beautiful scenery. So I wasn't going to go into August yet. Bruce Springsteen in August. I knew that. Okay. And then I did go to the Rocking K ribbon cutting too, but very special day last Saturday. Mira Mills and his family adopted a street in the memory of his son, Nicholas, who was much loved by many. And he was a USMC veteran. And it's on the corner of Lyon and Stetson, correct? Mm-hmm. And it's by an assisted living place there. And it's a beautiful little sign there in the memory of his
And
son.
there's a sign off Thornton and Lyon also, because we have from Stetson to Thornton.
Okay, so there's a couple out there. Great. Yeah, it was a very nice event, and he invited a lot of different people and very good attendance from city employees and big family. So it was a good day. That's
That
all
was
I have.
My side of the family, believe it or not. All right, before I start, I would like to have a closed meeting sometime next week, no later than Tuesday, for both the cannabis resolution and then to talk about a Boys and Girl Scout Club, if we could.
Mayor, were you asking for a special meeting on those items or for a closed session?
Oh, special meeting.
I think a special meeting.
I'm
To
sorry, I
discuss
said
them.
closed, didn't I?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Special, sorry about that.
Which date or on which date?
Before Wednesday, like Tuesday or Monday sometime. And then I have documents that I'll be sending everyone. You already have them, Carol, right? Okay, so.
Mayor, it would be okay to do that meeting during the day then, right? We have a potential conflict, we'd have a conflict with a planning commission meeting. So if we had a special meeting, it would need to be earlier in the day on a Tuesday. We can also look at Monday,
Yeah,
check
whenever
calendars.
everyone's available.
And if we have challenges producing a quorum of the council, with your permission, can we work on an alternate date a little bit farther out, but not too far out in the next week or two? If we have trouble between today and next Tuesday?
As long as we can put it on the agenda if we have to, yeah.
We could, as another alternative, we can consider in the next agenda.
Okay.
Okay,
perfect.
thank you.
That'll work. All right, June 4th, we did have a ribbon cutting for Rockin' K Ranch, and I was pretty happy about it. I spoke with both owners, and they were pleased with the city, with our Hemet Police and Fire, because they said that the crime over there in that area where Motel 6 is, was really cut in more than half. I mean, it's almost gone. Before they didn't want to put outside seating because they were afraid somebody would get hurt out there. They told me that now they have outside seating there. They're not worried because it's cleaned up. It's been cleaned up so much and they don't have all the riffraff out there. So thank you, Hemet Police and firefighters. Also, they're going to have a new venue out there. They purchased the land behind Rockin' K Ranch, K Ranch, and they're going to have something put up for marriages, and they'll have weddings there and they'll cater to it. And so that's going to bring more tax revenue to the city. So that's great. We had June 6th, the National Tube Supply Shovel Ceremony and groundbreaking. They flew in their officers from Chicago, and it was a pretty good event, a little dirty, but it was good. June 6th, also, I had a meeting with the Winchester VFW and the American Legion of San Jacinto. Both, San Jacinto right now has no post, so they're meeting at their home. They were looking for a temporary home until they can find a building. Winchester, VFW Winchester will be losing their home within the year. So we're looking at areas that the city owns and looking at the senior center at Simpson Center. So we'll have more information on that in the near future. And understand that the American Legion and VFW are seniors, and there's an example right there. So June 6th, also, we had a monthly business walk at the Business Plaza on the corner of State and Stetson, where we visited all the businesses in the area to discuss their concerns and let them know that we're there for them. We had police representation. Captain Brock was there with us. We had the chamber, city officers also there, and it was a pretty good walk, especially with the city manager not being there. I didn't say that. No, I'm just kidding. But it was good. It was good. June 10th, we had a Valley Kickoff PCA filming for the for the Hemet Valley Kickoff Summer Event that's going to happen on June 23rd from 11 to 5 p.m. And they're going to have food, fire trucks are going to be there, police vehicles are going to be there. All kinds of, what do they call them, people that pop up their little, all kinds of vendors, thank you. And then, but mostly important, we're going to have a proxy mayor there because they want to dunk the mayor. So I figured we'd bring in a proxy for that. So it'll be a water dunk. And I think we can get Mark or the attorney in there somewhere, the proxy for me. But that's all for me. And thank you. And now for the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of brief items on future dates. There was a mention today of the Logistics West scoping meeting on Thursday evening at the library. Also, we're anticipating, I think our next Measure U meeting will be 3 p.m. on Tuesday, the 18th. We mentioned Juneteenth, which is going to be Wednesday, the 19th over at Mary Henley Park. We have an active Hemet beautification contest that's live. You can find more information on this at hemetca.gov, our website. But this program runs through August 4th. There's an opportunity for businesses and for residents to receive $1,000 from the city under this program. So please visit our website for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're not going to do the council, what do they call that stuff here?
We do it all.
Yeah, okay. Well, there not being any more business, this meeting's over. Thank you. Oh, thank you.